We will now call the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting of June 29, 2021 to order. The meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing and is also being live streamed by the county channel. Capacity in the Beaufort County School District Media Center is limited to 60 individuals in order to comply with social distancing requirements, with individuals staying 3 feet apart, and seating is on a first-come basis. Requests for public comments participation will be accepted tonight between 5 and 5:30 by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushingberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us, and that is Robin with a Y. You'll receive a phone call during public comments where you'll be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issue within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card, and please see the board clerk for one of these cards. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted tonight between 7 and 7:30 in the same manner as above. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment no later than 9 p.m. The second forum is limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board is not finished addressing all items listed in the June 29, 2021 agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. tomorrow, June 30th, to finish the agenda items. We now need a motion to go into executive session. Whoever makes that motion, could they please read the bullet points here? Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we go into executive session for purposes of discussion of negotiations incident to propose contractual arrangements with Compass Municipal Advisors, LLC, pursuant to SC Code and Section 30-4-70A2. Receipt of legal advice regarding pending claim, county versus county auditor, covered by the attorney-client privilege.
Cartledge, join the meeting.
South Carolina Code and Section 30-4-70A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose contractual arrangements with Reading Plus pursuant to South Carolina Code and Section 30-4-70A2. Discussions of negotiations incident to propose James J. Davis Early Childhood Center, Phase 1 Technology and Safety Security Work, Amendment number 20 to contract construction contract pursuant to SC Code and Section 30-4-70A2. Discussions of negotiations incident to propose Joseph S. Shanklin Elementary, Phase 1 Technology and Safety Security Work, Amendment number 21 to contract construction contract pursuant to SC Code and Section 30-4-70A2. Discussions of negotiations incident to propose MC Riley Elementary Phase 1 Technology and Safety Security Work, Amendment number 22 to contract construction contract pursuant to SC Code and Section 30-4-70A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to propose contractual arrangement for grounds maintenance, non-athletic services contractors pursuant to SC Code and Section 30-4-70A2. And lastly, employment matter regarding employment, appointment, promotion, compensation pursuant to SC Code 30-4-70A1.
Do we have a second? Mr. Smith, are you going to second the motion?
Yes, hello? You called on me?
Yes, your hand is up, so we can't discuss yet until somebody seconds it. Are you willing to second this motion, sir?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm willing to second for discussion. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so going forward, could you please put your hand down and then back up? So I know you want to discuss, but go ahead, sir.
Oh, I didn't know that we would have to put our hand up. I knew that we were putting our hand up to second the motion. I thought my hand was originally up to, I had a question. So I didn't know that would be the procedure from now on. Will that be the process?
Table. What's your question?
Okay, my question is, who will be advising the school board on the contracts being discussed in executive session?
Which contract are you talking about?
All of them. Who will be Basically, who will be advising us on all the contracts?
I'd defer to Ms. Wendy Cartledge, the legal counsel for the district, to answer that question.
Thank you.
Ms. Cartledge? Ms. Wendy Cartledge, can you hear us?
Tell her she's muted. She's muted.
You're muted, Ms. Cartledge. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. With regard to the technology contract, Mr. Hunter Freeman will be present. He has been working with us as outside counsel. And it's my understanding that Franny Heiser will discuss about the county versus county auditor.
Okay. Any further discussion? Right? The question is,
So is that so? Basically, that's the only thing that people will be advising us today going into executive session.
I'm not sure what you're asking, Mr. Smith, because Dr. Rodriguez and his staff advise us on a lot of the topics because they're the ones that have put the time in to develop the items, et cetera. So I'm not sure where you're where you're driving at. I mean, it's obviously the district staff and then those people specifically that Ms. Cartledge just informed the board. I'm not sure what, I don't understand what the issue is or question is.
I apologize that you thought it was an issue, Madam Chair, but there's no issue. I'm just wondering. My only question was who will be advising the school board on the contracts being discussed in executive session. That's all I want to know in terms of legal or whatever. That's all my question is.
Okay, so the answer is the district staff, senior staff, and then the other two outside attorneys that Ms. Cartledge just named.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. The question is called.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Mrs. Cushionberry, did you send the question to us?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I didn't receive it, so I'll just say yes. I didn't receive it. Yes.
Dr. Watts, are you a yes?
The motion carries unanimously. So the first topic is the Compass Municipal Advisors. So get everybody that does not belong in the room, please clear the room. This is the Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting of June 29, 2021. The board has just been in executive session and we are now coming back out into the public session. The board did not complete discussion of all executive session items. So the remaining items will be, we will have to go back into executive session at the end of the business meeting, whether that be today or tomorrow. So do we have thus far any action coming out of executive session? Mr. Striblinger.
Yes, Madam Chair. We have 3 items. First, I move that the Board of Education authorize the execution of a contract between Beaufort County School District and Compass Municipal Advisors, LCC, to provide financial advisor services for Beaufort County School District for a 1-year period.
Second the motion.
Thank you. So Mr. Guyer, second the motion made by Mr. Striblinger. Any discussion, Mr. Smith? You're muted, Mr. Smith.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, at this time today, I will say that I cannot support this motion due to not receiving enough time to go over it, but also I do have some concerns in regards to this motion. So due to that, I would just say I cannot support this motion today. Thank you.
And I'd like to state for the public record that I, as the chair, do not distribute the documents because Mr. Smith has addressed me as not providing the documents in a timely manner. Thank you. So are there not being any further hands up? The question is called.
Yes.
Mrs. Cushenberry, did you send the link?
Yes, I did.
Because I don't have it. I don't have it. I'm in board docs.
You try it again.
Thank you. I have it now.
Goodrich, yes.
Mr. Melvin Campbell.
The motion carries 9-1-1. The one no is Mr. Smith, and the one abstention is Dr. Wisniewski. Mr. Striblinger.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that the Board of Education approve the purchase of Reading Plus LLC site license to provide reading instructional software for students grades 6 through 12 and professional development for teachers, school leaders, and designated school personnel for services for Beaufort County School District for a total cost of $612,360, and authorize Dr. Frank Rodriguez to execute the contract. Also direct Dr. Rodriguez to apply for reimbursement through the use of ESSER2 funding.
Second.
Mr. Earl Campbell, second Mr. Striblinger's motion. Mr. Smith.
I have some questions regarding it. What is this program effectiveness with secondhand learning?
Dr. Stratus.
Mr. Smith, if you may please elaborate on that question, I'd appreciate it. I caught second.
I'll go ahead and I'll read the question again for you. What is the program's effectiveness what is the program effectiveness with second language learners?
Appreciate it, sir. So
No
actually, the flexibility of Reading Plus, because it's intuitive and has a form of our AI, artificial intelligence, the student will take a pre-test first. So they'll be able to have reading materials provided to them at their language level, but it will be high content area to their grade level. I would like to also add that we are and have already put into place for this coming academic school year, Imagine Learning K-12 curriculum that is aligned with the state of South Carolina standards, and it is aligned with WIDA, which is Wisconsin, Indiana Descriptive Assessment. So we already are putting an additional program for support for our language learners, our multilingual students who are level 1, newcomers as well as level 2, sir.
Well, just to go in a little deeper, also, how does this interface with the culture?
Are you making reference here to specific reading material?
No, my question is how the materials period. How do the materials interface with the cultural learning in Beaufort in different parts of the district?
So what would happen if the student takes the pretest? If it comes up that cultural studies is an area of interest, they would receive reading materials that would enhance that interest. The same way that it was a student who enjoys automotive or they enjoy fiction or space.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm still concerned that this does not, when it comes to some of the needs of District 3, that this program may when it comes to the to some of the different cultures in that district, that this program does not. I'm just looking at it. I don't see where it shows how it's effective.
Madam Chair, may I comment? If I'm understanding correctly, Mr. Smith, does the program reflect cultural diversity of our county? Is that the question being postulated? Because I can add, Dr. Williams is on board and she could speak to the diversity that is targeted within the literature or the readings that the students will have. Dr. Williams, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. So as far as cultural diversity and materials available for the different cultures, Reading Plus is constantly updating content to make sure that every student, regardless of race, creed, any type of denomination, has material that relates to them as a whole child. As far as the data can be broken down into different ethnicities, different title groups, different RTI levels. We serve students all across the nation and have never had any, I don't want to say the word complaints, but issues with addressing needs of all cultures and all students.
Thank you. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if it's reflecting on the board docs in the media center, but my board docs motion does not read the part about the ESSER reimbursement.
Sorry.
It will be added.
Yes.
Would anybody like to comment that has not commented thus far? Mr. Scrivener?
Madam Chair, the correction to the motion, I changed it a little from what was put on there because I think we should direct Dr. Rodriguez to execute the contract and also to apply for reimbursement, because there's no guarantee we're going to get reimbursement. But that's why I had the second sentence that we direct superintendent to apply for reimbursement through ESSER2 funding, because we want to purchase this whether it's reimbursed or not, but our intent is to have it reimbursed. So that's a slight change to what we have up in front of us here.
I'll say through the use, ask him to read what he said again.
Okay, so we would add this for a total cost of $620 and authorize Dr. Frank Rodriguez to execute the contract. We take out the part that says through ESSER2 funding. And we had a second sentence that says, we direct the superintendent to apply for reimbursement through ESSER2 funding.
Ms. Boatright? Is the motion up there corrected?
Almost, yeah.
Okay. No, not yet, I don't think.
Get ready to save it up there now.
I just wanted the public to be aware that we spent an hour and a half debating this and discussing it at length with Dr. Stratos and Ms. Murray and other representatives of the district. So if the board is the will of the board, I'd like to call the question.
I'm not finished done with my questions yet.
So the board has to vote, and I have my hand up too. I'd like to ask one question. But so 2/3 majority now has to say that ends debate. So the question on the motion now on the floor is to end debate of this motion. Or topic, maybe is a better word.
Yes.
Yes. I vote no because I haven't had a chance to ask one question.
Is there a motion on that?
Yes. To end
I don't see. That's why I don't see it, Madam Chair. That's why I'm asking. I see the motion that I moved the board. I see that motion. I don't see the motion that we're voting on now.
Yes, as explained, to end debate, 2/3 of the board has to agree that we're just ending debate now. So do you vote yes or no, sir?
And there's no discussion in that?
No.
Okay, well, I vote no. I don't see anything. I don't have anything on my screen, so I'll vote no.
Wisniewski, no.
Scrivener, no.
Quads, no.
Susan. Is there a second to end debate?
I'm sorry.
Is there a second to end debate? Who seconded to end the debate?
Was it was either Dick or Earl, I believe. Who seconded the motion to end debate?
No one did.
I will.
Oh, Tricia, okay, thank you, sorry.
Motion to end the debate.
Okay, and now what was the result?
You didn't have a second, so you need to take the vote. It's open, or you can do it by hand.
Okay.
Yes.
Watch, you're a no.
We need 8 for 2/3.
All right, the motion, since it's not a 2/3 majority, that would be 8-3. The motion fails, so debate will continue, and we'll go to the next person that has not said anything yet, which would be, I believe, did you already comment about this, Mr. Strivinder?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So my question is ESER, we have in the motion, the specific ESER, whatever it was, 2 or 3, is that correct? And why are we getting into which one it is? Shouldn't it just be ESER? And that question's yes. For Tanya, thank you.
Good evening again. Yes, ma'am, Reading Plus has been part of the ESER 2 application. The application has been filed and approved. So at this point, the only thing left to do is when spending occurs, once per quarter, we will claim the funds and receive reimbursement.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Mr. Smith?
First and foremost, when it comes to the SRR fund, I think that when we use this term, it comes across sometimes as it not being clear on what funds we're talking about, because I've had several people in the community who have asked me about it. And also, for example, what they're not being transparent is that people may say the American Act Fund is one pool of money, and then the SR 2 or whatever that may be is another pool of money, and realistically is called the American Rescue Plan. So with understanding that we don't have 2 pools of money, we have there's one pool of money. I think that we're kind of misguiding people who may just tune or who may come to board meetings every now and then, and they don't understand what that terminology is. So the public kind of sees it as kind of being misleading, or wondering if we have 2 different pools of money. And just to make it simple, everyone is using the Americans Act Plan. I think that's something that we should call the American Act Plan and not the SR, because everyone don't know what that term means. And when it comes to clarity to the public.
So, Robin, can you please display the motion that we're debating?
Trying to get it up there. Yes. Frozen. Frozen. On to the rescue.
We're having technological issues for the public.
Copied it in the Try to.
Kind of a rocking chair thing going over here.
So final say. Starts up. This one is final. I removed everything. That's what I just did. That's what I just did.
You can't display any motions, you can't. That's for the.
Since we're having technological difficulties, maybe we could do.
Well, Robinson, yeah, we're no public.
Oh.
Yeah, we have to sit down.
Sorry.
Okay. I got it. Could we mess it?
It's gonna be one of those videos.
Madam Chair, while we get that, I do have another question I can ask in that time, that maybe that may give them some time to work on that. Or you want me to just pause? I'll just wait. Don't worry, I'll just wait.
Copy it again and refresh it. Okay. Can you just do?
What Mr. Smith had mentioned different funds, and so we'd like to just provide some clarification on that while we're waiting.
Sure. Ms. Crosby.
Yes, I want to provide a little bit of clarification on the ESSER, what we're referring to as ESSER funds, which are the Elementary Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund. The ESSER funds are actually part of 3 separate acts from the federal government: the CARES Act, the CRRSA Act, which is the Coronavirus Recovery and Relief Schools Act, I believe it is, and the ARPA funds, which is the American Rescue Plan Act. So ESSER sort of encompasses the majority of the funding, federal funding that we're receiving. So that is the way the terminology works. It's a very complicated set of acronyms that often are confusing, but they are the federal pandemic recovery and relief acts that are available to the school district. So I just wanted to provide that. Commonly, we're trying to stick with one set of acronyms to provide as little confusion as possible.
Thank you for the clarification.
In response to that, I am aware of that because I believe we went over that at one of the last meetings. But once again, I'm still having people who see it to be difficult because they're looking at it as they thought we have two pools of money in which we don't. And all, I believe it all falls under the American Rescue Plan. And so I believe if we're using that, then it doesn't matter which level of funding that we're pulling it from, because basically they are all up under the umbrella of the American Rescue Plan, above the American Rescue Plan. So I think that will give people more in turn to understand where the money is actually coming from versus it's almost like we're giving. I mean, how I interpret it, it could be as though we're giving them the exact account that it's coming from. I think it's not about the exact account that it's coming from. It's about that it's the American Rescue Plan pot of money. I think that's more clarity and giving them the SSR2 or SSR1. I think that is more in line of what the people are saying. Is what I perceive from the community.
Yes, sir, I'd like to respond to that. Actually, the final, most recently allocated pot of money, the $51 million is the only source of funds that is actually under the ARPA Act. So we do have 4 other separate sources that cover both CARES Act and the CRRSA Act as well. But across the several acts, there are they are commonly referred to as ESSER. So there's only one source of funding that is actually from ARPA.
And what is that called?
That is also known as ESSER 3.
Could you email the board all that information, those 4 different fundings, so that you can help us educate our constituents, because they are thinking that it's different pots of money, and when they come up to us, I'm not understanding, because I'm still learning it as I go along too, as well as I'm sure some other people are. So if you would you do that for us, please?
Yes, we also we are going to be providing an update in upcoming board meetings, so that will help clarify that information as well.
All right, now we're back in business. So here is the motion, and Mr. Strivenger, is this the wording are you satisfied with this wording at the end there?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that fine. And if we want to debate what we call it, we can just say federal funding, and then that would take care of everything. But this is the motion I made.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Smith, this is the motion on the table. Go ahead.
No, I agree. I think federal funding is more because you're letting us know exactly where the money is coming from. So I mean, I think I could even go with that, because then we can understand exactly where we need to look, because it would be up on the umbrella of the 4 essential components that she just commented on. So I have no problem with that. But my next question is, what is the seat cost per student in this program?
Mrs. Williams or Lisa, if you could share with that, because we've opened up the licensing for your price point beyond that of the targeted middle school, which was approximately 4,000 and I want to say about 4,100 students. We've opened that up larger. Do you have an estimate on the price per student?
So I have, excuse me, we calculated 11,664 students. The original price would have been $2,274,480. We gave you all a discount of $1,663,800, which left the seat price to $610,680. We also, in that price, included the professional development for a minimum of 140 teachers in 14 schools. The normal price for that would be $75,500. We gave you all a discount of $71,820, which left the professional development price at $1,680, which leaves the total of $612,360. And so we would take that and divide it by the 11,664. And I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can do that quickly. And that's for 3 years. So then you would divide it by 3.
And we are working it on our calculators, ma'am. 1744 per student per year.
Thank you, Dr. Stratos.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. City Council, our CFO was rather quick. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to be nitpicky. I believe this was for 3. Is the total cost for the 3-year term, or is that per year? It's not reflected in the motion.
The total cost is for the 3 years of seats, of licenses and professional development.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, because the motion on the board right now doesn't identify the 3-year term. We can add at our meeting this night.
So did you hear that, Mr. Stripinger?
Going to modify this to say Reading Plus, comma, LLC, 3-year site license.
Yes.
Thank you all.
And Mr. Campbell, are you in agreement with that modification, since you second that, and it's up there that we need to put the.
Yeah, that's fine, we need to move on.
I
We
agree.
need to move on.
All right, the question is called.
I was going to say, what all schools will be served, will be served under this program?
So would somebody like to make a motion to call the question? We're going to continue with.
That's my last question. That's my last question.
Call the question.
Okay, second.
I second it.
Okay, Ms. Middleton second. So now we'll go to a vote on ending debate on this topic. I'm in favor of calling the question. Watts, yes.
Goodrich, yes.
Over, yes.
Kyrie, yes.
I don't see it on board docs, but Wisniewski, no.
Mr. Smith, this should have been a work session item. I don't see it on board docs either. No.
Yes. Stripinger, yes.
There's a lot of questions out there about this unanswered.
Mr. Mel Campbell, how are you voting?
Come up on the screen. Okay, so, the motion carries to end debate because we have 8 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 abstention. So we have 4/5 in the majority as opposed to 2/3. So the noes are Wisniewski and Smith, and the abstention was Campbell. So we're calling the question for the motion on the table, and you've got to insert please that time period that Mr. Stripinger stated.
Pop up once they do the pop up. Once we can call for questions. Having issues today. When I open up for voting, does the new motion open up on your computers?
Yeah.
It came on.
Did it pop up?
Yes.
Okay.
Had it with the 3 years.
And it pops up with the 3 years? Because we can't make it show up here is the problem. So that's what.
We voted. I voted again.
So you have to vote again, because it's open, yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Earl, how are you voting? Earl, Mr. Campbell, how are you voting?
Yes.
There it goes. Jesus.
So the motion for the Reading Plus approval carries 10 yeses, 1 no. The 1 no is Mr. Smith. Mr. Stripinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one more item. I move that the Board of Education authorize the execution of a contract with Brightview Landscape Services Incorporated and the Greenery Incorporated to provide ground maintenance, non-athletic services for Beaufort County School District.
We have a second.
Second.
That was Dr. Wisniewski.
Peter.
Pardon me?
Oh, I was waiting to tell you to open the meeting.
So Dr. Yeah, and you have it up there. Okay. Mr. Smith?
Madam Chair, to the board, I have a issue with this because of the fact that I believe that this should definitely be one of the areas in the district where we should definitely get minority participation, and there's no minority participation in getting of contracts of this right here of this kind, and I'm sure that there are some minorities who would be able to get this sort of funding when it comes to cutting grass in the district. And is it a big concerning that we don't have any original Black contractors? I'm not talking about subcontractors, because yes, we can find them to work. We can find them to work with the district and work for some of these people who are getting these contracts. But the problem is that basically I believe that the district to some degree should even be able to word our RFPs to where we should be able to subcontract some of this work out ourselves versus allowing a big agency like this to continue to get these contracts day in and day out, to have these contractors, and these are taxpayers in our district who have asked me several times about this contract, and I did not realize up until now that this contract was coming up. But there's been a lot of people who are qualified, I believe, who have businesses in our district, who are taxpayers, who should be able to reach to this pot of money. And I'm not sure the district is there. We're doing enough to reach them by just putting out RFPs and different things out there. I think that sometimes if you keep doing what you've been doing, you're gonna keep getting what you've been getting. It's called insanity. So I think to some degree, sometimes we have to take a different approach or a different measure of how we do things so that we can get who we want. And I think that this would definitely be a field where we should be able to get African American people as well as other minorities to get some of these get this contract. So, and this same company had the contract last year, so this brings some concern. So I can't support this today. Thank you.
Earl Campbell?
Yes. My question is, are these contracts falls under the same procurement code?
Yes, sir. These have to abide by our Beaufort County School District's procurement code, which does follow the state procurement code.
Where was the announcement sent to? Sent to Black Chamber?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Kaylee Yeager, that's what I was wondering, is what can be we haven't in the discussion here, can it be revealed in terms of what Mr. Campbell just stated, where the It was posted and what the response from minority contractors was, because I think that needs to be made public if that's okay to. I don't want to be violating procurement code. So can you speak to that, please?
Okay. So the memo does contain all the locations it was advertised in. Fan Morning News, Charleston, Black Chamber, and we did receive, and as soon as I get that memo, I'll read the rest of it. But we did receive 2 bids. None of the bids were from minority contractors. So the solicitations were given to Savannah Morning News, Postal Courier, State, Skibo, Gullah Sentinel, BCSD's Vendor Registry Portal, the Beaufort Black Chamber of Commerce, and the Greater Beaufort County Chamber.
Thank you for that clarification. The question is called.
Yes.
The motion carries 9-2. The 2 noes are Mr. Campbell, Melvin Campbell, excuse me, and Mr. William Smith.
I just want to make a comment. I think we need to push our delegation, see what they can do about this, because it's, other kind of delegation have changed the way they do the procurement program. So I think we need to do.
So, for some reason, I think yours just went off. You're at the beginning.
Yes, I think we need to push our delegation to look at this. Because in the past, we did have Max doing our round. All of a sudden, we did lost companies.
All right, thank you. So now we need a motion to approve the agenda. Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Ingrid Boatwright and second by Mr. Earl Campbell. There being no hands up, the question is called.
Mr. Smith voting. Mr. Smith, how are you voting?
Yes, ma'am. I voted. Yes, ma'am. I voted. You didn't get it?
I have it now. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The motion, the agenda is approved unanimously. We'll now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have a moment of silence. The media has been properly notified. We will now have the student performances. The first one is the Beaufort Middle School Griffin Orchestra performing Firework, and the Griffin Band performing Uptown Funk under the direction of Amanda Kimpy.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind wanting to start again? You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine, just own the night like the 4th of July. Our final piece this evening is in celebration of the end of the hardest year many of us have ever experienced. Thank you for taking this time to attend our concert this evening. At the end of the concert, please exit through the door to your left and please wait for your student outside. Please welcome LaRon Webb to the podium to conduct Firework as performed by Katy Perry.
That was the May River High School performing Would-Be Carry Test under the direction of Jason Snyder. Thank you, both groups, for your performances tonight. We're now down to the points of celebration. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Character Education Students of the Month for the month of May. Our character education program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children. And tonight, we're celebrating the Character Ed students for the month of May. May's character traits were responsibility and cooperation. Responsibility is defined as being accountable in a word and deed, or having a sense of duty to fulfill tasks, and reliability, dependability, and commitment. Cooperation is defined as the process of working together to the same end. May Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County is Ezreal Dickerson, a 5th grade student at Whale Branch Middle School. Ezreal's teacher believes that he is the perfect example of a responsible student. Despite the challenges of this academic school year, Ezreal completes his work to the best of his abilities every day. If he has a question or does not understand the work, he asks for help. If he hears another student struggling, he offers to help. He is such a great classmate and a team player. When a new game station was added to the classroom, Ezreal explained the rules and easily got the station working. He's such a shining example of responsibility and cooperation. For Southern Beaufort County, the May Student of the Month is Carla Catalan Arcos, a 4th grader at Hilton Head Island School for the Creative Arts. Carla's teacher describes her as a kind, gentle, intelligent student that displays reliability, dependability, and commitment every day to her family, her friends, her teachers, and classmates. Carla joined the Creative Arts family at the end of 1st grade. She did not speak any English and was very shy. But by the end of the 2nd grade, Carla qualified for gifted and talented classes in math and was working extra hard to become a great reader. Through hard work in 3rd and 4th grades, she has gotten stronger in all of her classes. As a student, she works hard to accomplish tasks, complete her work, and make good grades. She's made good friends, helps others in class, and is always kind and considerate. Congratulations to Ezreal and Carla. The other item on here is River of Words cover art. River of Words is a collection of art and poetry by Beaufort County School District students. The complex ecology and peaceful beauty of the Fort Royal Sound serves as the inspiration for this annual collection. Teachers and students take their learning beyond the classroom and become inspired by the environment. This year's book has 275 works of art and poetry. Each year, one student's artwork is selected for the cover of the publication. This year, Hilton Head Island Middle School sixth grader Poppy Stracco captured the essence of the Low Country. You have at your desk with you, at your tables with you, I believe, a copy of the book, River of Words, and we have a quick video for you to watch.
The cover from the River of Words is from right here, and it is Poppy.
Surprising and amazing young artist. This Hilton Head Island Middle School student's painting of a crab was chosen as the cover art for this year's edition of the River of Words.
I was shocked because I didn't think I would get front cover of it.
And that was a really major accomplishment. Good for you.
We used watercolor and I did a ghost crab for it because I just liked ghost crabs kind of. I learned that it only comes out at night, and before we did actually drawing it, we had to search up some facts about it, and I did it kind of on Hilton Head Island on the dunes and stuff.
The book is filled with 275 pieces of artwork and poetry created by elementary, middle, and high school students from across the district who were inspired by the beauty of the Low Country.
The name of my poem was Marsh Fish, and it's about red drum. It's a type of fish. I learned about how they eat their prey.
My artwork was about a sunset and birds, and it had a dock in it. I thought that maybe adding a dock would make really cool detail, and the grass would also make it look more like a marsh. And I put some animals in it, like some birds and stuff, and it made it look really real. And then my poem was about all the animals in the marsh and how unique they are.
I drew a marsh with turtles and fish and snakes and birds. I used the watercolored pencils in it.
Students from 18 schools submitted work for the book. On Hilton Head Island, Ron Lopes, Beaufort County School District.
So thank you, congratulations to Poppy for the River Award. I have, last on the points of celebration, started a new award here in our school district, and it's called the Game Ball Award, right? And as those of you familiar with sports, generally, the athlete that gets a game ball is typically for an extraordinary achievement during the course of a game. And so what I want to be able to do is recognize our employees or students or anybody that what would perform would be extraordinary achievements in a good cause related to our school district. And so I'd like to give these game balls away at board meetings. And what I'd like to do tonight is share our game ball that I'd like to give away at this time. And this one, we had as a school system been able to been recognized recently for a really quite outstanding and important achievement regarding especially regarding the community that we serve. And that has to do with our military servicemen and women. And this year we were recognized by South Carolina as a military Purple Star district. And so I would like to give the game ball to Miss Jerry Henderson for her work in driving this initiative for us here at the Beaufort County School District to make sure we were able to get recognized. There. If you look at the game ball on the previous logo on it, that's to Jerry Henderson, and it's got the date on it, the name, Military Purple Star District. Congratulations, Jerry.
Congratulations, Ms. Henderson. I want to see you throw it.
Dr. Blas, that concludes our points of celebration.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. We're down to the first public comments. We have Don Page.
Madam Chair, Kathy Robine's hand is up.
Oh, Ms. Robine?
Yes, I would just like to say I see Mr.
Join the meeting.
I see Mr. Ezeal Dickerson watching, participating in this meeting. He's on my computer screen, and I just want to congratulate him for being the May Student of the Month for North of the Broad. Congratulations, buddy. Great job.
Good evening. On page 14, Rita Lane, St. Helena. I wanted to first say that I stopped at St. Helena Library today, and I saw the Beaufort County Public School bus, the local preschool bus. And I must say, I must commend the board and commend the county council. That program took me back to when I was a child. I'm 56 now. Took me back to when I was a child back in the 60s, and I attended Head Start. And I'd like to say that Head Start was probably one of the best decisions that my mother and father ever made to for me to participate in. So I just wanted to commend the board and to talk about how happy the children were and how effective I think the program is, and there are a lot of services being offered that, of course, many in the Black community are not aware of. And I'm finding that this is a recurring theme here in the county, and in particular with communications with the Black community. I was very disturbed to see that contract just continues to get rolled over to the same companies and is not being put out to competitive bid. I think that there is an obligation of the board, of the county, of the Black members on the board to make sure that you look out for the community, and particularly as the data is showing that we are being shut out of construction, we'll be being shut out of multiple industries. And I think that that's, pretty low hanging fruit, and that we should reconsider reopening that contract for bid, and just in general, making a better effort to more fairly and equitably allocate contracts. I've noted in previous meetings that since 2018, the county had spent over $24 million in just basic expenditures, advertising, contracts, much like you're doling out here. And none of that money was spent in St. Helena. And I wanted to also just point out with the ESSR, the American Recovery Act, I just wanted to make it plain that that money, according to my understanding, is for COVID, for people who are hit hardest by COVID, learning loss, and all of the additional challenges that were brought by that. And to point out, which I know most people know to be true, that Black Americans are at the bottom of the income and wellness indicators here in Beaufort County, and particularly on St. And that money is for the money that was received was based on those statistics.
Your time is up.
And that money is not to teach people who are not citizens.
Ms. Page, it's not fair for you to speak.
It's not for capital improvement projects. It's not for infrastructure projects. And we'd like to get an audit of how this money is being spent and making sure that we get our fair share on St. Helena and in the Black community. Thank you.
Social champion. In fairness to all public commenters, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. That's why we have a timer, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, before you start the clock, let me say this. I don't think it's fair that when the public comes to voice their opinion, that y'all give us a time limit, because after all, we pay your tax. We pay your salary. Now, what I'm up here for,
Please start the timer.
did you reset it? Unless I'm gonna do a Maxine Waters. Reclaim my time. Now, my question is, why are our taxpayers' money going to south of the road? Okay, all our taxpayers' money is going over there building new schools, new computers. We have not gotten any new computers over here for our kids. They have state-of-the-art laptops over there in Hilton Head and Bluffton and May River. That's my taxpayer money that I pay and everybody else here. Secondly, that contract that y'all have with that program to do lunch in the school for the kids, you need to do away with that, because that's garbage that y'all feeding our children.
Yes.
When I went to school, we got home cooked food. So y'all need to take our taxpayers' money and spend it wisely. You taking millions of dollars and you spend it on bull crap for you guys. And you taking money out of kids who wants to learn. You don't have decent teachers here. And then the teachers, you don't have enough black teachers for our kids. Our kids need black male figures and women figures in their life. All the teachers they see is white teachers. And that's not fair. And St. Helena School is being treated like a third world school. It's a crying shame that y'all can sit here and spend our tax dollars and do what y'all want to do with it. Then y'all hire y'all private contractors, y'all friends, y'all buddies. I know the system very well. And I'm gonna keep coming to all these meetings long as God give me enough in my body, because I have 2 grandchildren that's in the school system. And those teachers there are not teaching our kids properly. Not. And y'all need to do something about it. Y'all need to have houses for these teachers to live in. Y'all sit here, y'all go home to y'all big old mansion or whatever y'all in, y'all comfortable homes, and you got kids here in the county are not getting proper education, but you send all the money over there on south of the road. Okay, I worked at the treasurer office. I know where Beaufort County money go. Then y'all turn around and raise us 1% tax on mobile home, and you know most of the black people poor people live in mobile home. We raise 1% tax for the school board for what? What are y'all doing with our money? And when Mr. Rodriguez is spending, y'all plan to build a new middle school like these all middle school. When is that in effect? 2022?
Thank you for your
I'm reclaiming Maxine Waters. I'll come back up again before you finish, because y'all not fair. Y'all not fair. And the black ones that are sitting there, Mr. Campbell, I don't know your name and your name, but y'all need to stand up and get a spine.
All right, we're down to the chairman's report. At a recent meeting, the board directed me to form an ad hoc north of the Broad capacity committee. And after inquiring interest from board members, the committee will be as follows: Mr. Earl Campbell, chair; Patricia Fidrich, William Smith, and co-administrative liaisons Carol Crutchfield and Robert Otting. So Mr. Smith will get with Robin Cushingberry to set up a time for your first meeting. Sorry, Mr. Campbell. Earl Campbell.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you're the chairman, so you can, yes.
I think I'll wait until start in August, because July is not good. So I'll sit down with Robert and Crutchfield.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. All right, we are now down to the clock update.
See if Molly can pull up the presentation. Thank you. Good evening. For those board members who don't know who I am, I'm Ted Barber. I'm the chairman of the Citizen-Led Oversight Committee, and I represent our committee this evening. This is our second quarter update for 2021, where we stand against the bond referendum spending. We'll go to the next slide. Let's talk about Beaufort Elementary. We'll talk about our large projects and where we are. With Beaufort Elementary, we are under budget on schedule. The 2019 referendum funding for the project at Beaufort County is $24,343,000. We have encumbered and paid $19,853, and paid to date, we've paid $13,000. So we still have a little more to go on that project, but HD Reynolds Construction is doing a good job with Beaufort Health, so we're proceeding well. So we'll be bringing lights to both of those projects as being under budget and on schedule. Let's talk about our next big project that's coming and pending is Robert Smalls International Academy. As most of you know, that will be a new replacement school for Robert Smalls. We have received 100% of the construction documents. Those have been received. J.E. Dunn, the contractor of record, is actually pricing it now, and they will provide us with a guaranteed maximum price by July 13th for the board members to review. Now, site permitting is ongoing, and they're working on that. The construction is scheduled to commence in Q3 of this year. Now, one thing about Robert Smalls, if we've watched this progress, Robert Smalls' budget remains very tight due to the project scope. We'll be interested in seeing where the dollars come in and then what we will need to do based upon the scope of the project. So, more to come on Robert Smalls. All righty, let's talk about Battery Creek High School. Battery Creek has started with construction with MB Con Construction Company. The board approved an amendment on the 18th to all of the work in MB Con. Beaufort Jasper, there's been a pre-construction meeting that has been held. They have begun mobilizing, Con has, and they have begun demolition. All the trades are beginning to work. All the submittals have been done. We bought out most of the materials as we can. And the groundbreaking, when I did this, was being coordinated. That groundbreaking was held last Friday at 3 o'clock. Those photos are posted on the district's website. Congratulations to all that attended. I could not be there. Vice Chairman Nally was at the groundbreaking. So thank you, Mike, if you're online. Thanks for attending. Okay, let's move to our other updates on some of our other big schools. Next page, please, Molly. Yes, let's talk about Beaufort High and where we are with Beaufort High. Beaufort High has been somewhat of a challenge. The board has authorized additional expenditures from contingency for Beaufort High, but it remains on schedule and on budget. We're doing very well. As you can see on the right, there's work that's progressing with the wrestling in the weight room, which in May of this year. We've used an additional 1.9 to 2.3 million for some additional projects associated with Beaufort High School around the area. If you haven't had a chance to visit Beaufort High, the new field, the new track, and all of that is wonderful for that school. I had the pleasure of visiting that school and meeting with the coaching staff, and I was very much impressed. Beaufort High has one of the best track programs in the state of South Carolina, which I was very impressed with. So this is all good for Beaufort High School. So it's all green. Let's keep moving forward. We'll talk about Whale Branch Elementary. These are some of our smaller projects, but they're also very important. Technology upgrades, playground installations, infrastructure. That all is to be completed in 2021 second quarter. So that's doing well. Let's move forward with our next big update. This is around Whale Branch Middle. Whale Branch Middle is doing well. You can see the gym has been completed. A lot of the technology updates are completed, and the construction is scheduled to commence to 2021 for the technology updates, which we're doing in all of the schools. Let's talk about where we are on designs. We're about halfway through with all of our projects. We still have several in the design phase. Now, just do a summary to tell you where we are to give you the scope of what the projects are. There are 23 schools and facilities within the district that have projects in the design phase right now. We have 2 more years to go in projects. There's a total of 60 projects across all the schools. There are 32 general projects and 28 technology and infrastructure projects around safety and technology. Now, technology has been a challenge for us across all the schools, so we continue to look at the scope of the work and assist in value engineering that project to keep it within the budget. Now, we have agreed with all the contingency uses that the board has approved for technology and infrastructure changes, as well as the athletic scope changes that were Beaufort High School. As I mentioned earlier, Robert Smalls is a concern at this point. We need to make sure that we assure cost controls over the next 3 to 4 year projects that are coming up, because we're getting towards the end of the referendum. We'll have more work to do on Robert Smalls once we see the final numbers on that project. So let's see where we are financially. Just a financial update. Ray Warco is with me this evening. He heads up our financial sub-team that works with the district office on reviewing all of the finances. So let's look at where we are in the summary. The next page, please. All budgeted dollars for projects equal the dollars approved by the referendum. So we have not spent any more than what was approved. As of the end of April, the appropriate amounts per project did not change from the initial budget that was issued at 22820. And any individual budget that was adjusted was supported by contingency. We do have a contingency budget held at the district level for all of the referendum. The dollars spent and encumbered do not exceed the budgeted project totals, and the dollar spent per project does not exceed the estimated project percent complete. So we're not paying anything ahead. We're only paying after complete. So financially, we're doing very well at this point. Let's talk a little bit about the contingency. We hold the contingency dollars at the district level for all of the total projects of the 344.5 million referendum. We have 17,781,187 in contingency. We have used 12,328,289 at this point in time. Funds returned, there have been no funds returned, but all the projects carry a project contingency. So we are now at 5452 in our contingency, and roughly we estimate that 5878 million will be returned to the contingency from the individual project budgets. So the new operations contingency we estimate will be at 11,331 million. As I said, all individual products contain their own contingency, and the district holds a separate level of contingency to manage the overall referendum projects. Let's look at our cash flow. This chart's a little hard to read, but one of the issues we had early on in the referendum was processing the completion of the projects and doing the closeout documentation and authorizing payment for the projects. As you can see, we are now basically caught up. Our cash flow has equaled what we estimated the spending to be. So we're actually at action, we're doing real well. So now we begin to process all of the payments and close out the documents so that we can move forward with our cash flow, so we're not behind on spending and actually paying our bills. Let's talk about some of the projects. There's a chart in here about projects we're still waiting to close out. As you can see, these all the projects that were held in all of the schools. From basically technology, infrastructure replacement, playgrounds, athletic fields, safety, security, turf fields, and et cetera. So all of these are pending. One right here at Right Choices in this building that we're in. All of these are still pending. Some are closed, some are not. We're waiting for final documentation to be signed off by the district before the projects can be officially closed out. So that concludes our second quarter report. We're doing rather well with Battery Creek and with Robert Smalls. Once those are both proceeding and we agreed on Robert Smalls, we will basically be over the large construction projects, and much of the referendum dollars will be committed. So we have the smaller projects ahead of us over the next 2 years. So with that, that concludes our second quarter report to the board. I will take questions if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Mr. David Stripinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that report, Mr. Barber. One question. We have the board has a lot of amendments that come before it for contracts. And I assume that the clock has seen those and approved them. because I have a high level of confidence in that group. And if you all have approved them, then I have no questions. If you haven't approved them, then I have a whole bunch of questions. So is my assumption that you review those amendments before they come to the board? Is that true?
Yes, we do review those. We do not really have what we call approval authority. So we don't have the ability to say, yes, you can do that. That's your role as a board to do that. But we go through it and we do ask questions. And if we feel it is in the right direction, we do yield that opinion at that time.
So if you felt there was something excessive or something wrong with one of those, you would certainly voice that?
Absolutely, we would. Absolutely, we would. And that's part of the reason it stays on track for all of the projects across the district. Our role is to be the third-party eyes and review that, report back to this body so that we know how well the projects are going as well as the spending.
As I said, I have a lot of confidence in your group. I've watched you work. You're good. You're all good. And that just takes a huge burden off of me to know that you're doing that work. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I have to yield most of the credit to my fellow members who all take individual roles and work on subcommittees as part of this. As you know, we all are volunteers. We do this on behalf of the district as we were requested to do. Many of them have separate meetings and review things. For example, Ray Warco, who is here this evening, chairs our finance committee. He meets with the district and goes through all of the numbers. You can ask Tanya about that. He and his committee meets with her, for example, and reviews things. We also have a project committee, which I chair, in which we actually visit sites and we review the current construction, the status of construction and safety. So those are some things that we do. Of course, we are volunteers. We're glad to do this and support the district and report back to the public.
Mr. Smith?
First, I'd like to just thank you and your committee for all the hard work that you do in this district. You definitely appreciate it. So, did I just hear you said that y'all have different committees throughout on your committee?
We do. We actually have our committee. Our action committee has 3 subcommittees. We have one that's called the project committee, in which we actually visit projects and check status of construction. We have a finance subcommittee that actually reviews the finances with the finance department within the district. And the Ray's group sends me a report every month of how that is proceeding. We also have a communications committee that's responsible for communicating with the committee, putting together communications, working with the district's communication office.
Great. Also, do y'all go over the 8% projects as well, additional to the model referendum projects?
We do not. We do not. We are aware of the 8%. We know where they fit within the overall referendum, but we don't oversee the 8% and report on that.
Okay, so y'all don't touch that in no way, shape, or form, correct?
Correct.
Thanks for the clarification.
You're welcome.
And those are the questions that I have. One last question. You said that sometimes y'all comment on things that y'all may not agree with. Who do y'all take y'all concerns to?
We take it directly to Robert Otting, and if we have to, we can discuss it with the superintendent.
Okay, that makes sense. I guess because y'all are superintendent appointed committee. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Didrich?
Again, thank you for all you do. I have a question about the Robert Smalls budget being so tight. Are you attributing that to all the increased labor supply costs, lumber and everything? And do you expect that as that begins to lessen, and I've heard it's beginning to lessen, that we might not find ourselves in such a tight budget for Robert Smalls?
That's a very good question. And the first part of that, your answer is correct. For example, since March of last year, the lumber commodity market is up 468%. So if you're going to build a house now, it's probably not the good time to do it. However, in the last 2 weeks, lumber commodity price has begun to drop. We're also seeing that in some other areas. We hope, fingers crossed, that post-COVID, we'll see some of those continue to drop. But Robert Smalls is a challenge because of those types of construction costs. especially around raw materials and some of the supplies. Steel is still a big issue today, so we have to look at where the steel pricing is. So as a project manager and a project engineer, 3 things you can recommend in a project when you're dealing in this type of environment if you have a cost overrun. Number 1, you can use contingency to support the project. Number 2, you can reduce the scope of the project to bring it within budget. And of course, the last alternative is you can always stop the project and not do it. So those are 3 options that we have, and we'll just have to wait and see what comes out. If there's any changes, of course, we'll have to, you'll be notified as a board. Robert will bring that to you along with the superintendent, and you can make the decision of how you'd like to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barber. Your report was excellent, and we appreciate all the work that you and your committee do.
Thank you, and we will see you next quarter.
Sounds good. We're now down to the committee reports. The first report is ad hoc results from Chair Kathy Robine.
I really don't have much to report other than that we have our next meeting on July 7th, and we all took assignments to work. We are working with the instrument that we have and adding pandemic performance indicators. You know, how did the superintendent perform during the pandemic, specifically to the other indicators. So that's where we're headed. Our next meeting is July 7th.
Thank you, Kathy. There being no hands up, we'll go down to academics and we'll let Kathy Robine Chair report again.
All right, academics. What is being brought to you tonight? I think I saw it on here, right? Dr. Stratos, the initiatives, instructional initiatives for the 2021-22 school year. D under the superintendent's report that was previewed. Those were previewed by the academic committee on at our last meeting. So you'll see that tonight.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Robine.
Mrs. Robine, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you, and board members. This evening, I want to bring forward some what was presented at academic committee with a few modifications. I'll just wait a moment for Mrs. Cushenberry to bring up the presentation.
Are you going to, excuse me, just a minute. Are you going to do that now, or are you going to wait to do it during the superintendent's report? It's listed under Dr. Rodriguez's report.
The initiatives is under the superintendent's report, although you did do it at academic committee, but she highlighted that it would come under the superintendent's report.
So we'll hear from you in a little while.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Finance Committee reporting out by Colonel Geyer, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee reviewed 39 pages of the OEs on the financial planning. I first want to commend the Finance Department and Superintendent on the format with the policy and the interpretation of the policy has been written out, and then the monitoring indicators have also been specified. This makes a very easy and clear transition from our policy to the actual expectations. We went through every page and every item. First item that we had some minor things that we found that typo type things that we took care of, but there was an issue on OE6, number 16, and it has to do with 8% monitoring, how 8% money is monitored. We decided that when this performance indicator was developed, we hadn't had a decision on how we take care of or monitor 8% money. And the operations committee that was done that way, but the language in the performance expectation did not match what we think that we need to do in the operational. So we went to the finance committee. This was a joint meeting. This wasn't joint, but the chair of the finance committee was there, and she took that on. And we're going to have to probably go to the policy committee. We have a change to make that work on how we monitor 8%. So that's one of the major parts. We also, as we went through it, some of the items on here, like in technology and food and nutrition services, have heavy operational implications. So again, ask that the operations committee take a look at that to give us their input on the operational issues involved in those. I believe Mrs. Beard mentioned that in her report. So what I need to get from the board is the board's will on going forward. This is a lot of and very important information to take a look at. I don't believe that we have the time to go through 39 pages here tonight. So you can either trust the committee and say you approve it. I would not recommend that. I would recommend that this be brought up on the agenda at our next formal board meeting for approval, to give every member of the board and time and the ability to look at the document so that we can have informed questions and hopefully pass the document. Are there any comments? Hearing no comments, the one other issue that was brought up in the Finance Committee was an issue brought up by Dr. Wisniewski about the student activity funding. Dr. Wisniewski, would you like to make a comment on that?
That came from the quarterly report, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, so we were looking into the district level of the student activity fund and the expenditures and how it's spent down, and we just asked for some clarity on that from Tanya, and I believe that's forthcoming to committee.
And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Next, we're on to the operations committee, and that's Tricia Fidrich as the chair.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. And as everyone can see by the agenda, the Operations Committee has an awful lot to bring forward for the board's review this evening. As Colonel Geyer stated about the operational expectations, I do also want to commend senior staff and Dr. Rodriguez on their interpretations and the monitoring indicators. So I'm going to move through this with several motion recommendations. And the first one I'm going to start with is the Operations Committee is looking at making a recommendation to remove remaining project contingency funds from fiscal year 2018, 19, and 20 to fiscal year 23. However, we do believe that that may be in conflict with one of our policies, and this is what Dick was alluding to earlier. So I am going to move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education direct the Finance Committee to review OE 6.17 financial administration and bring forward a recommendation to the full board to keep, remove, or alter the policy as written. And then once that is decided by the board, we can then go into an 8% capital project budget transfer review.
So do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Boatright.
So basically is that, again, the Operations Committee is going to bring forward a suggestion about contingency funds from previous fiscal years. However, we think it may be in conflict with the current policy. So we are asking, Robin, can you please bring that motion up? I emailed it to you earlier today. We think it may be in conflict with a board policy, and we're asking that the finance committee review that and then bring a recommendation back to the board.
Mr. Smith?
Mrs. Fridges, can you say which policy that is? Is that the one that Mr. Scribbinger, is that the policy Mr. Scribbinger made at the Hilton Head Library? Is it that policy?
Mr. Smith, I don't remember where it was made, but it's policy OE 6.17.
And can you tell me what that policy states, please?
Absolutely. Roll all unused 8% funds forward to the current bonding cycle and reduce the current bond issuance accordingly from board action taken on 5/21/2019.
If we could we have, and this is the reason why I'm asking, was that motion made by Mr. Scribbinger? Mr. Scribbinger, is that motion familiar to you?
Yes.
Thank you. If that has happened, then I'm a bit concerned that it took place. So can you understand what are you asking at this time, Mrs.? Could you if our board policy has been violated, could you tell me what are you asking for?
I am not saying board policy has been violated. I am asking the finance committee to look at the board policy OE 6.17 to ensure that any recommendation that we may make in the future would not be in violation of that policy.
So
nothing has been done. Nothing has. Yes, ma'am.
I think you're. I think it's 6.16. And you've said 17 twice, and I'm not trying to be. I just want to be sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think I had 17 first, and so yes. Let's see here. There are actually two different pages that had different numbers on them. So yes, 16. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Yeah, 16.
Well, with that being said, I believe that we were working on a project, and we did get told about some money recently. Did we in the operations committee? Would you help me? Would you help my remembrance? I have so much going on at the time, but didn't we just correct?
Yes, sir. So the committee is not brought forward to the full board yet. We are looking at taking some of the, taking the remaining project contingency funds from fiscal year 2018, 2019, and 2020, bringing them forward to fiscal year 2023. However, before we can even think about doing that, we have to make sure it's not in conflict with a current board policy. So I'm asking the finance committee, the board, to direct the finance committee to look at that and look at it from all financial angles. But just to clarify, Mr. Smith, we have not brought this forward. No motion has been made about moving any funds or anything.
Right. But now I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because it just my memory just I just remember Mr. Scribbinger making that motion, and when it happened, it made me go back and look and see exactly what that motion said, and I just wanted to make sure and be clear that that we were making the correct steps and to getting this issue resolved. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chair Fidrich of the Operations Committee, for bringing this forward. I support this coming to Finance Committee, and also as Chair of the Policy Committee, I support it as well. I can see how that could be a potential conflict. So the only thing that I would ask is any additional context that can be provided, or if you could attend that Finance Committee meeting just to be there to answer any questions we might have, that would be wonderful. But I fully support this motion.
Great, thank you. I will plan to do so. Thank you, Dr. Wisniewski.
There being no further hands up, the question is called.
Mr. Melvin Campbell,
Yes. Okay.
The motion carries unanimously. Ms. Vidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Glass. All right, the second point of business is that the Operations Committee would like to bring forward for acceptance the OE9 Construction Management. It is a one-page operational expectation, so I believe that we could make a decision on this evening. So therefore, I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education accept the interpretations and monitoring indicators for OE9 construction management.
Second. Okay. The motion was made by Ms. Vidrich and the second was by Ms. Boatright. All right, the question is called. The motion carries unanimously. Ms. Vidrich?
Thank you. The next order of business is we'd like the board's opinion on OE 17. This is the administrative technology, and this is one of the OEs that was looked at by the entire Finance Committee and then brought over to the Operations Committee. So the Finance Committee has looked at this, the Operations Committee has looked at this. Again, kudos to senior staff for their work on interpreting the policy and coming up with the monitoring indicators. The Operations Committee did not see any areas within this OE that needed to be changed or altered, so therefore we're going to bring it forward. And so I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education accept the interpretations and monitoring indicators for OE 17 administrative technology.
Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Okay, Mr. Colonel Guyer, made the second. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, we can't hear you well.
This is the technology, the technology. I had a question when it come, when I was reading it. Did we tell the process of how, when a student, basically when something happened with a student device, how that's handled in this section?
Mr. Smith, I think, is this, this is the question you asked in committee about whether the process that the administrators go through if a student has a problem with their device?
Correct.
Okay, so again, I think that what we ascertained during committee is that that process is in an administrative regulation and therefore would not be found in a district level operational expectation. That's as I recall the conversation. Ms. Boatright or Mr. Otting?
That's what I recall as well. Yeah.
Right, so that information would be found in the AR and not expected to be included in an OE.
Right. Right. Yeah, I do remember you saying that. But right now, as a board, I thought with the new governance, I thought we were doing away with ARs and going to just OEs.
No, sir, the OEs are for the public's edification, the operational expectations
Right.
are, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, the operational expectations is the way that the board is going to be able to receive reports and information from Dr. Rodriguez as to how the district is being run. The administrative regulations are on the school level. Those are how, so the principals would know exactly how to handle all different kinds of situations. Is that correct, Dr. Stratus, pretty much?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a much higher level, OEs are a much higher level than ARs, but we absolutely still have both of them.
Right. And okay, and I'm glad you remind me why I brought that up. And in this operational expectation, it seemed like we should so that we have the same operation going across the district, whether it's north of the Broad or south of the Broad. I believe that situation should be in here so that when things happen, then you will have the same reaction that happens north of the Broad and south of the Broad, so everyone is operating on the same level, and the process is still the same. Because when we put in AR, they may perceive it to be different, but when it's in an OE when it's in an OE, then I believe that there's a little difference between the two. So that's what made me bring that back up.
So, Mr. Smith, where would you like to go with that? So, in this OE, it says the superintendent shall monitor equity of technology in all schools, ensure consistent, best-in-class support that manages, resolves, and prevents problems efficiently, review general technology plans, and so on. So again, it's at a 30,000-foot view compared to exactly what a principal would do if there was a student device that was not being used properly. And teachers and everyone has to sign an AUP, which indicates how they will use the technology. So if you could guide me on exactly how do you want?
In terms of if the AMP is in there, then I don't see these steps. I don't see a problem with these steps of the AMP being in there as well. I mean, it's almost like having you giving me a orange and you give me half of an orange and not the whole orange. You know, if we saw it important for the AMP to be in there, then I don't see a problem with the process of the AMP when things happen for that to be in there as well. I mean, that's all I mean. And to be honest with you, maybe the professionals or the people who created the original document, maybe they may know where they may want to put it at if the board warrants it important enough to be in there. I'll just leave it with that, Ms. Fredericks. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, Mr. Smith, I think one of the things I would add, because it sounds like what you're getting at is procedural issue. If a student has an issue with their device, how do we take care of that? And I think the first thing that we want to happen is for the student and parent, right, to connect with the principal at the school. That's the first level, because that principal will get the technology staff to work on that right away, right? So I think that's the first thing that we want people to do. But in terms of the OEs, I mean, like anything, you can get extremely granular to the fine points of every day-to-day operations. And then I think that renders an OE useless, really, in terms of the work that the board is trying to do. That's just my thought on it. But if you are aware of a particular incident where there's an issue, because the practice for fixing a device should be the same wherever you are in this county, right? It should not be different. And so if you have a particular incident that you're aware of, I would like to know, you can let me know, I don't need to know now, but you can let me know on an email or a phone call, and then I can get to work on looking into that.
No, Dr. Rodriguez, I just think that is great. The more we have the process spelled out in different documents in the districts, so that people are able to find it and understand it to the simplest degree. I think that is more doable to the community and different people who looks for some of this information from time to time. It doesn't have to be a student; it could be a staff member as well. And then sometimes you have students who may go on their parents' computer and do different things, and there may be consequences that come with it. So I mean, just the more that people are able to understand the process, I think that the more better it will be on both sides of the ball. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I would just ask us to please focus on the motion that's on the table, which is the OE, not ARs. Mr. Melvin Campbell?
My question basically on the interpretation versus the monitoring part when it comes to part of OE 17, number 1 says ensure assistant best in class support, manages, resolves, and prevents problems efficiently. And goes on to say, well, communicates effectively and exceeds stakeholder expectations. And to me, to do those things, you need some type of number to do it effectively. I mean, what is, consistent, what is efficiently and what is effectively, and how do you monitor that? And you said that you're in compliance when you have well health, there's service ticket surveys on professionalism of the technician, etc. But I mean, what about percentages of responses and I don't see anything that really is measuring that in terms of compliance with the stated goal. That's just my take. I'm not, an English major by any stretch of the imagination, you probably know. But when it says effectively and efficiently, I want to know, what does that really mean in terms of the final monitoring device? And that's, might be something you can go fast, I don't know. But I'm looking at that to say something, some kind of percentage of well health desk responses during that survey showing 80% or something like that.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Shahan, are you on?
Yes, sir.
Can you tackle that?
Yes, sir. In every web help ticket request, when that request is completed, we do send out a survey to that staff member with 4 categories: professionalism, quickness of service, and the staff member is given the opportunity to rate each of those categories. We collect that data throughout the year and then report on it every March before we start our budget process, and include that in our final budget preparation papers. So we do have metrics for each of those categories. And on average, our technician scores from 95 to 97 in those categories. And I can provide each of those categories and the percentages for the last couple of years, if requested.
Respond, or somebody else want to respond to that? That still doesn't answer the question, the fact that you're doing it, and what are the expectations when you feel that you're doing it efficiently? That's basically all I want. You said 90%. Then if that's what you're expecting results to be, then that should be written in here. So when you fall below 90%, I can say to you that you're not efficiently doing these things. Or if you're above it, then we can say you are efficiently doing it. But efficiently is not defined in your final analysis of what it means to be efficient. You saying what it is by word of mouth here doesn't mean anything in terms of document.
Ms. Goodrich?
Mr. Campbell, I think, as the math teacher that you are, you bring up an excellent point. And so, I don't know, Dr. Wallace, we can go forward with this, or I can withdraw this motion. And we can, Dr. Rodriguez has heard what you said, and we can go forward with that. Because actually, I think that's a really good point. So, no, but it can go backward. I mean, this is a monitoring indicator, and I think, absolutely. So, did you second? No.
I second.
You said, yeah. So would you be all right if I withdrew the motion? Oh, I'll withdraw the motion for OE 17. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. The next order of business is OE 18. And this is brought to the board. Again, we looked at this after the Finance Committee asked us to do so. And it is food and nutritional services, and they asked us to do so because of having a foot in both worlds. So we went through each one of these. We had a good discussion about it, and we do have a motion to bring forward to the board on this one.
There's two Madam Chairs. You're the Madam Chair of your Operations Committee. Madam Chair, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education accept the interpretations and monitoring indicators for OE 18 food and nutrition services. Do we have a second?
Yes, I second that.
Okay. So Mr. Smith was the second? Yeah. Any discussion? Ms. Goodrich?
Yes, I do want to just let the board know that it was unanimous to bring this forward to the board, and as was OE 17, but this was also unanimous to bring it forward to the board.
Thank you. Mr. Stripinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this is a valid question, but are we keeping track of all these OEs that we approve? Is someone
Yeah, they'll be in the motion summaries that Robin gives me.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's something the policy committee needs to be doing, or if someone else is doing it for us.
Ms. Goodrich?
And so just to then continue with this, there was some discussion about the food and nutrition services, and Mr. Smith brought up a point about he felt that it was very important that parent voice be heard in here, and is not noted in here anywhere that there is a parent voice. And I totally agree with him that that is a appropriate thing to add. So I'd like to offer a substitute motion. And the substitute motion is that I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education accept the interpretations and monitoring indicators for OE 18 food and nutrition services with the addition of the following in section 6. Monitoring indicator, evidence of periodic survey to parents. So we're going to add that into section 6. Third bullet, evidence of periodic survey to parents. And in section 11, monitoring indicator number 1, add parents, where it says evidence of surveys to students, add and parents. So it reads evidence of surveys to students and parents. Yeah.
But we need a second for that one.
I will second.
Mr. Smith got it. Okay, Mr. Smith made it. My microphone second. Okay.
For discussion. I have a question on that.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Yes, but when the word specifically says that we're using surveys in my community, just like there was a survey that just went out, and a lot of my community members are not contacting me telling that they know it was a surveys. Sometimes surveys are not always good for every community, so that's why I also in the next motion would have been involvement of parents' engagement. I think involvement of parent engagement is a little different than just having surveys. Maybe if we can do both, I definitely can support this motion. But I mean, I'm just thinking along the terms of the district that I serve in and my constituents that I serve, and sometimes, like right now, they are just now finding out that there was a survey that was being sent out about the Americans Act, and then we're talking about doing it in the evidence of surveys right now. Some people may not get the surveys, but if you do, I think if you do a little more parent engagement, then that could be another measurement to us making sure that we did our part. Thank you.
Ms. Vidrich?
So, Mr. Smith, my attempt at this was to incorporate your desires into this OE18. So if as I'm understanding you right now, that is obviously not what my suggestion has done, then I do ask that somehow you share with me, or we can bring this up to the committee, but I'm not exactly sure how you want to add this to the OE. I don't know. I don't know.
Actually,
excuse me, Mr. Smith, but parent engagement, I'm not sure. If you could just edify for me, where do you want to put parent engagement in the OE other than in the monitoring indicators?
Where's the motion? It seemed like you said.
I'm trying to. I was trying.
Right. The only question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. You go ahead first, please.
The only question that I have is the evidence of surveys, and I just like I was just stating. My concern would be more along of parent engagement, of how asking them to get creative to get more parent engagement versus just surveys, because normally our first, whenever we have something to give out to the community, our first initiative is always survey. We give it to the survey. Every demographic or culture do things differently. So sometimes surveys don't always reach every demographic of people that we serve in this district. So I'm saying if sometimes we do engagement, maybe that may be a different method of adding versus not just one way, but two way. I'm saying I can go with what you said, but if you can just add parent engagement as well, that's also, I'm fine with what you had, with the motion that you made, but I just want to add parent engagement.
Okay, so where exactly do you want to add that? That's what I'm asking. Where do you want to add that?
You can add that at the end. Evidence of surveys and parent and student engagement.
Okay. I can accept that, to add that into the substitute motion.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your help on that, Ms. Fredericks. Thank you.
Well, you made a very good point, Mr. Smith, during committee.
Mr. Earl Campbell.
I just want to ask Mr. Smith a question. If you say that your constituent is not getting any information about survey, if that information is passed to each board member, then it's to me now, I'm not accusing you of anything, to me, I feel that it's my responsibility to inform parents in my community. I would suggest maybe you need to have a meeting, say once a month. That would solve some of your problems.
Well, Mr. Campbell,
That's
we just had a meeting in our community, and I was not aware of that. I was not aware of that. So,
Mr. Smith, please.
I'll respond to Mr. Campbell.
Called upon, you were not called upon. Mr. Campbell had the floor. Now Dr. Wisniewski has the floor.
That's a suggestion.
Well, I was just responding to Mr. Campbell. That's all, Madam Chair.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are similar along to Mr. Campbell's, because I know kind of what is one of the best ways that I've figured out how to reach my constituents, and that's Facebook. And I know that some of us are active on various different channels, and I would just ask, kind of to Mr. Smith's point, this monitoring indicators and the interpretations are kind of the what, and I think we're getting into the how of things. And so I would just ask that maybe the communications department make sure that BOE is on all of the surveys that are going out that are a part of all these OEs, so that we can do our part to ensure that the information is getting out to parents and community members and things like that. Because I know when I see them, I try to push them out to get more engagement. So it kind of goes along the same lines of what Mr. Campbell was saying. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien?
I don't know how we're going to measure parent engagement. It's not clearly defined for me. I'm wondering if Mr. Smith can give me, how are we going to measure parent engagement?
Madam Chair, do I have permission to speak?
Can you put up your electronic hand, please? Thank you, Mr. Smith.
So from now on, this will be the procedure that we will take and responding to questions.
I can't call on you. I don't see your electronic hand, sir.
My electronic hand is up now. It's up now.
I called on you, so please go ahead.
I know, but I was asking for clarification. Moving further, will this be the process that we will take moving forward? Responding to a question moving forward, are we required to put up our electronic hand to respond? That's all I'm asking for clarification.
Yes.
All right, I'd like to speak, Ms. Fidrich. So I agree with Ms. Robine. I don't see, parent engagement.
Chair, point of order. I asked you a question so that I can, so that you don't rule me out of order. I'm asking a process question, and the question was as simply.
Mr. Smith, you are interrupting me. I have the floor. You already asked it. I already answered it. It's my turn to speak. Please.
I didn't hear you answer it.
Interrupting.
I apologize. If you answered, I didn't hear you answer it. That's why I'm asking for clarification now.
That parental engagement is too vague to know what, that's, as she put it, I think it can't be measured. I will not support modifying this to have the words parental engagement in it. Now, the motion that's up there still doesn't have parental engagement in it. So, what is your will and the will of the board?
I believe that since Mr. Smith expressed this during committee, that it's important to have it in there. And then it would be up to Dr. Rodriguez to supply evidence of some parental engagement. That could be a survey, it could be whatever. But I think it's important, Mr. Smith, that the words parental engagement be in there. And
how are you going to change the motion then?
Mr. Smith, that's up to you. If you would please respond to that. May I ask him to respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. Because so it's just what you want.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Mrs. Fidrich, I think this is the best method. I believe that Dr. Rodriguez and his staff is capable of getting this done. So I will support this motion.
Did you want to add in parental engagement, Mr. Smith?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so evidence of periodic survey and parental survey to parents and parental engagement. Just going to say that. Does that work for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Periodic survey to parents and
parental engagement.
Madam Chairman, can I ask a question?
No, we're going to go on to Ms. Robine.
Okay.
So if we change this, then Dr. Rodriguez has to then come back with his interpretation of parental engagement. Is that correct?
I would say yes.
I have a question.
Mr. Irvine? Oh, okay, Mr. Smith?
Dr. Rodriguez, can you and your staff interpret this and make this work where we're at right now?
Mr. Smith, I think, surveys are a method of parental engagement, right? I would interpret it as one avenue that we could use to engage parents and comply with the OE. That's the way I would interpret it.
Right, but also in this year, weren't you also doing town halls for students and parents as well?
I have done things like that at times, but Mr. Smith, I cannot do a town hall for everything in an OE every time we've got an item, So I mean, quite frankly, eventually what will happen is people will stop coming to town halls because they live life, and they got things they got to do. I mean, one of the reasons sometimes, and let's be honest about it, sometimes one of the reasons that parents have a difficult time engaging is not because they don't want to. They care deeply about their children and they want to do it. But sometimes they're working 2 and 3 jobs, and they can't get engaged. But does that mean that the district isn't trying to reach them and they just can't get engaged, right? I mean, so to then look at that OE and penalize the district and the work that the district has done because circumstances, in life require people to sometimes have 2 or 3 jobs, I mean, I don't know that that's right either, right? So I think we make an effort, we provide surveys, I think those sometimes, we respond to phone calls when we get them that may not address that, but we have a conversation about it, I mean, so there's different ways, but I interpret surveys to be a method of parental engagement.
Right, but also basically what I was drawing down to and coming to the conclusion of that when you go on your town halls, that this can be a question that you throw out there while you're actually there, and that what you've done is you have engaged the parents into how they feel about the food program, and therefore now we're doing more than one thing. Is what my understanding of it.
Yeah,
I mean, you were already there, so I figured. I mean, you just adding one more question to just knock one more thing out, because you already have them going on. You already do town halls with students and parents, correct?
I think the point I'm making is that okay, that's one more thing we're just throwing on there while we're there. We've just done 2 OEs today. By the time we're done with all of our OEs, I guarantee you guys are going to want us to add this and that and the other. And by the time we're done, it's a 3-hour, 5-hour town hall. And we still probably haven't gotten to the things we were there for originally, right? So I just think, I don't know. I mean, obviously I'll do the rule of the board, but I do interpret surveys to be a method of parental engagement.
Mr. O'Brien?
Hey, so I was at this meeting, and we talked about it. I think we all can agree that we want parents to have avenues to give feedback to the district on any variety of subjects, and I don't think the district doesn't have that. In addition to which, Mr. Smith, I do think that if a parent doesn't like the food, they can obviously reach out to Ms. Champion or other avenues to come in, and they will tell you about food. Food is not something people tend to linger on, but in all seriousness, we had this conversation and we talked and we actually had a motion about bringing this up and saying, because this is, I think, one of the issues we're going to find as a board as we move into this interpretation. If Mr. Smith says, well, I don't feel that this interpretation of the OE captures what I wanted to capture, which I think is what I'm saying, I think is what Mr. Smith was saying. The question then for the board is, do we say, okay, well, we just need to adjust the interpretation, which is what Ms. Fidrich was attempting to do, which I think is an efficient and effective way. But if Mr. Smith then says, that doesn't really encompass the totality of what I want. I don't want a survey, I want this policy to have an aspect of parent engagement. In my opinion, and then I think we say, okay, let's send that to the policy committee to debate whether or not the policy OE does or does not meet that standard. And if the policy committee says we don't need that standard, then that's the will of the board. If the policy committee says, yes, we think this is an important aspect, that becomes OE, 17.4, whatever it is. And then Dr. Rodriguez can interpret that, because I think we're getting into some gray areas as to whether or not, if we're saying that this response we're getting back from the district isn't capturing what we as a board member want, is that an interpretation problem? In this case, I didn't think it was an interpretation problem, because I felt that the district did do a good job of interpreting the policies as they were written. And then do we say, okay, let's as a board discuss it, or the policy committee discuss it and see if we need to extend the policy or not? So that was kind of my thoughts on it. I think it's a murky issue.
All right, Mr. Stripinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the interpretation belongs to the superintendent. And if we don't agree with it, then he needs to modify it. I don't think we need to send it to the policy committee. The policy committee does the OEs. The interpretations belong to the superintendent. And we either agree with them or we don't agree with them and ask them to be modified. So I personally have no problem with this the way it's written. But if the board does not agree that this is a proper interpretation, then it goes back to the superintendent.
So Mr. Stripinger, I agree with the comments you just had. This just seems ridiculous that we are spending this much time on OE 18. This is absurd. And I respect everybody that's here, but we are never going to finish the work that we need to do as a board. If we just beat it up to be, it's like we're making a mountain out of a molehill. I also agree that it's fine the way it is. I wouldn't send it back to the superintendent. Let's move on. So I will not support this the way it is, because now you're asking him to do a survey and you're asking him to do parental engagement. Oh, come on, it's, time to let the guy do his job and move on. And I'm sorry, I don't usually talk like that, but I think I've had enough tonight here. It's just beating the same thing. So let's call for the question and let's vote on this. I say no. Wads no.
My hand was up. I was going to bring the common ground, but that's fine. Madam Chair, my hand was up.
Earl Campbell. Mr. Melvin Campbell.
What are we doing?
You're voting.
Pardon me?
You're voting, sir.
I'll vote. I don't know.
Because as early.
I don't know, Jacob, just call a vote like that. I mean, I'll vote no. I mean.
Exactly, Mr. I want to go back off what Mr. Campbell just said. How are we going to call the vote at that? Because I had my hand up. My hand was raised. All due respect, Madam Chair, and I was trying to bring the board to a common knowledge. I was going to take that out, but just for public notification, that's the chair ignoring me again. Thank you for public records.
Okay, so the motion fails. 4-6. The 6 no's, the prevailing side is Earl Campbell, Christina Guads, David Stripinger, Mel Campbell, Richard Geyer, and I can't see the rest.
Angela Middleton was absent from the vote. So that's the one.
I was no, I'm the last.
Can you scroll up so I can read it to the public?
Vote minutes last.
Vote right.
Vote right, sorry.
Get it right. Vote right.
I can read 5 of the no's, but I don't have the rest. Okay, thank you. And the 6th no was this vote, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now Ms. Fidrich.
Yes. Wow, this has been.
Actually, my hand is up. Madam Chair, this time I make a motion.
Mr. Smith, you are not recognized. I called on Ms. Fidrich.
The next thing on the agenda is a motion that came out of committee, but it was not unanimous. It was 2 yeses, 1 no. I did not vote for this, so I would like to turn this over to Mr. Smith.
Madam, point of order.
Yes.
Sorry, I believe that there was a previous motion, wasn't there, for OE 18? There it is.
There we go. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Because Tricia's was a substitute motion that added in the partial stuff.
Yep, yes, you're correct. We had a lot of,
Okay.
A lot happened. Okay, so now we'll call the question for the original motion.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Yes. Watts, yes.
David Strivenger.
So the, this motion is approved, 9-1. And the, Mr. Smith voted no, but all right, so that motion carries. Ms. Vidrich.
Okay, so again, this next one, motion to recommend to the full board the expansion of OE 18 to include the involvement of parent engagement. It did not come out of committee unanimous. I voted against this. So I'm going to defer this to Mr. Smith or Ms. Boatright to comment on this. If this motion is even still necessary, since we just
already covered it.
I'd like to just.
well, no, because it came out of committee, so it's got to come to the full board. I would like to make a motion to table it indefinitely. Since
I
we've
will
already
second
had the
that.
discussion.
Right?
Actually, you cannot table indefinitely.
Why not?
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I know that was a genuine one, but I think basically, I think, Mr. Smith, you have to agree, we just had the discussion, so, and it is a legit motion.
All right, voting is open.
I thought you could only postpone indefinitely.
Well, table and postpone are the same, different dialects of the same motion.
There's a real difference in Roberts, but
You think?
pretty sure.
Okay, well then I'll postpone, should I just change it to postpone it indefinitely, because that's the same thing?
Sure.
That's great. I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Voting is open. Apple. To postpone it indefinitely.
The motion is approved, 8 yeses and 2 nos. Smith and Guyer, no. All right, Mrs. Vidrich.
Okay, Ms. Wendy Cartledge is going to go over ARSS 48, first aid.
Good evening, board members. Denise Unruh, nursing coordinator, and Karen Stoddard, district nurse, are present for this presentation, as well as we work together in the revision of first aid and emergency care administrative regulation SS 48. I'm going to discuss briefly, there's a statute that provides that minors are ineligible for DNR orders, and we have added that as number 5 in this administrative reg. And Karen and Denise are going to speak to you briefly about the procedure for emergency medical care. Thank you, ladies.
Hey, good evening, everybody. So, sorry, I'm just pulling back up to this. There are only a few things that we changed on this order currently. We changed that there, it's still on there, but on number 2, the fax or the pager are going to come off of that, correct, Wendy?
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We work along, the nurses will work along with the principals to make the emergency response plan that we usually do within the first couple of weeks of school starting. We make sure that we've got people in each school that are CPR certified. The nurse, if present, will provide the first aid care. If we don't have a nurse present at that particular school, we have the person, I am sorry, I apologize. I'm at home and my dogs are going to be ridiculous. So sorry. So the nurse works with the principal, and if the nurse isn't there, there is another person there that is able to administer the first aid care that we work with and train. I am so sorry, everybody. When we have an emergency that we contact, we let the admin know that we're going to make a 911 if it proceeds to that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to wait to see somebody out my door. I apologize. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm going to mute for a second.
I don't believe those were legitimate motions.
Bringing some humor.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
And Karen, do you have any comments real quickly that you'd like to make, Karen Stoddard? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, nurses love animals as well as children. We'd like to thank the board and especially Dr. Rodriguez for being so supportive and having nurses in every school. We're very blessed to have that in our school district. I'm not sure as everybody is aware, but not all school districts have a nurse in every school. And for that, we are very appreciative and thankful.
Thank you, Karen. I think they'll be quiet for a moment. Once again, I apologize. So if we have a true emergency, which does require EMS, which we do have quite often during the school year. Sorry, have my grandson too. So you guys are going to have a little humor with my family tonight. So I apologize. So once we have an emergency, if we have an emergency like we do, we have an EMS call. So sorry. Hi. So sorry. I'm not even going to say it anymore because I can't get her to quiet down. I'm sorry. There are deers outside of my back door, and that's what's triggering all this. So when we have an EMS call, we obviously have several of those throughout the school year. We have trained the admin team to work as efficiently as they can as a team. Someone makes the phone call, the nurse is providing the care. We have never had any issues with EMS responding quickly, and they are able to get the student transported in a timely manner. We're also very lucky that a member of the administration team, if a parent is not present at the school or does not get there in time, they follow the student to the hospital. I'm trying to rush through so you don't hear any of my noises at my home, so I apologize. Are there any questions, or can I answer anything in particular for anybody?
Can I?
Hey, go ahead, Dr.
Wendy, is the purpose of this AR related to whether the district can do a DNR or not? Is that the bottom line here tonight?
The bottom line here is that we want everybody to be aware of the statute that prohibits a DNR order for a minor, and also we wanted to reflect that we have a BCSD clinical nursing policies. We no longer use a health service procedures manual. We have a very extensive BCSD clinical nursing policies that Ms. Unruh and Ms. Stoddard and her team have worked very hard on so that we can address any emergency that arises. So thank you.
So I think that's what their intention is to share with you.
Yes.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you for your presentation, and don't worry about the deer, the dog, the kids, any of that. The only question I have is on one of the documents. It references the emergency response team, and just for the public's knowledge, I would like to know who that encompasses at each individual school, not the individuals themselves, but maybe their titles or roles.
Those kind of change depending on who likes or is trained in CPR. So depending on if we have the same office staff every year or the same admin team, we usually, the principal is there, one of the APs is involved, either the office manager or the bookkeeper or the data specialist. Those are normally just the office staff that are on the emergency response team, or maybe a PE coach in a smaller school as well. So there's not like true designated titled people that have it. It's the people that we know that if we have an issue and we have blood, some people cannot deal with blood. So we make sure that those people are not on the response team for an injury. So we work, those people are trained. So normally those are the people I just said, the principal, the APs, the bookkeeper or office manager or the data specialist that work closely with the nurse in encompassing and making this team.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith?
Actually, Ms. Wisniewski, thank you for asking the question I was going to ask. And I just want to thank you, Miss Denise. I just want to thank you and your team for all that you do for the students in Beaufort County School District as well as the staff. We just appreciate you and your staff being on the front line for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the district and to the board for always supporting nursing and helping us take care of everybody.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, looking at the emergency protocol, is there a designated person that calls the parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't see that listed on here. You know, there's notify 911. Oh, here it is. Use the current emergency card to notify parent, but it doesn't. So that would be the same person who calls 911?
Yes.
Yes, normally it is.
Okay. It would seem like you could have one person calling 911 and one person calling the parents, so it happens kind of simultaneously.
I mean, and sometimes it does happen that way. It just depends, you know, who's available. So if we've got the principal and the AP and maybe both of them are supposed to respond, but unfortunately there might be another emergency or they're dealing with an issue and can't be right up there. Normally one of the other people, even though we've got designated people on here, because some days we may have an emergency and some of those people might be out sick or on vacation. So we've got backup people that are not traditionally listed on here, but have actually been trained. And the schools are really pretty good as if we're calling 911, someone's calling the parent, someone has helped respond to us should we need it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Ms. Fidrich.
Okay, thank you. Just to expedite this, I'm going to ask Mr. Otting to kind of explain to everybody what this next item is about, the Buck Island Road Sewer System easement. But for the board's knowledge, that this was the Operations Committee on a 2-to-1 vote recommended approval of this. 2 yes, 1 no. And I do believe the family might be here and has waited a very long time, so thank you.
Yes. If you have any questions for the family, I'll be glad to have them up. But real quick, what this is, it's a request for a sewer easement across the property at Bluffton Middle School. There's a section, Robin, I don't know if you can bring up that aerial photo that shows the area. This is in order to get sewer to an adjacent property. This was done and the work was completed. and I guess the engineer and the contractor believed that they were covered under the agreement we had with Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer, and they installed it. And then Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer commented back that no, they could not be covered under their agreement. They had to get their own easement. And since that time, Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer has not turned on the water and sewer to that residence, and they're requesting that that easement be granted. It's across a portion of the property that we are not currently using, and I do not have a known use for in the future. So the staff recommendation would be to agree to this, and I'll take any questions you have, or if you have any questions for the family of the residents that the sewer is installed for, they'd be glad to answer any questions you have for them as well.
So Robert, can you please explain from what we're looking at?
Yes, Robin, if you can scroll up just a little bit, or you may need to scroll to that blue line. So, and actually, shrink it down, zoom it out, maybe, because it seems like it's pretty close as you can. So what you're looking at is Bluffton Middle School. The main school is kind of in the center of the page. You see that blue line way over to the left? That's the area we're talking about. And you can see that's quite a bit separated from the rest of the school. There's also a wetland area in between us and where that sewer easement is along the roadway. And it's a continuation of some sewer to get to these residents that are just at the bottom of the screen. That little opening area is actually where they're taking the sewer to.
So what would be granting is what's in blue?
Yes, it's an easement area in that general blue area.
So but there's still land between that and that open area 267. So what's happening in that?
There actually is another property owner that they have to get additional easements from.
Yeah. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robert, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't some of the land around there in conservation or preservation currently?
I have to say, I believe you are correct. The wetland area that you're talking about, this area right up against the road would not be a wetland area, or it is not a wetland area.
Yeah, I was just trying to give an overarching view of that area that is ours. The Bluffton Committee looked at that area because it is currently ours, but it is in preservation. So there's really no development that can occur from our standpoint, at least. Colonel Geyer might have some other feedback on that, but I'll support this.
No, I'd say it's a very good point. You're right, it is in conservation, so there's not a whole lot we can do with that area in between the school and where that blue line is.
Mr. Smith?
The concern that I have that if we do this tonight for this family, then how will we proceed to in the future for other families? I just believe if you do for one, you have to do for all. So whether we're going to use the land or not, it still brings me some concern that we've had other people up before us before, and the question is what have we done? So with that being said, I have some concerns that if we do it for one, that we should do it for all. And so I due to that, I can't support this motion.
Mr. Otter?
Yes, Ms. Smith, one clarification I'd like to make on that, because I know Ms. Fidrich had that same question for me, and we discussed that, is that most of the easements that we have denied have been driveway easements. I'm not aware of a sewer easement request that we have denied recently. So this is a little different as far as the type of easement.
Ms. Fidrich?
Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to hear what the family has to say.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? So my dad bought the property like 5 years ago probably. It didn't have a sewer line or nothing. We had to put that in, everything. It was like 60, like the whole, there's people that live around there. They just stopped the sewer line right in front of the property. So we had to pay all that. And then we put the sewer line in 4 years ago. 4 years ago, and like, we still haven't, we need a place to go to live. We're paid for rent right now, so, and we still have to pay the property, so we're just trying to get everything fast, and just, it's been 4 years. And like, we don't know what to do no more. We've been paying everybody, the engineer, we've been paying them a lot of money, we still do, to help us. We don't know what we're doing, we just want to go live there. We bought the property, trying to make a life there. So I just want, like, I don't know. I'm just trying to get this going.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And sir, I hear your plea and just so you know, we have not been dragging our feet for 4 years. Like, this is the first we heard about it was at Operations Committee just a couple weeks ago. So, and to reiterate Mr. Otting's point, any other easement that we have denied has been above ground. This is below ground. And so I highly recommend to this board that we approve this easement.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Mr. Smith?
My only thing is that if we give one person the easement, whether it's below ground or underground or above ground, then someone else may come back and say, well, you did it for that person, but you didn't do it for us. So if we're gonna do it for one, we have to be transparent and doing it for all of them, for all of our constituencies. So it brings me great concerns about doing this. This just really makes me it's uncomfortable. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Boatright?
Wait, I was gonna make a motion. Did we make a motion?
No.
Okay. And can I make a quick comment? I just want to say, there's a difference between a driveway easement and a dignity and ability to live in a place easement. And whatever constituents come up and want us to help them turn their sewer on, I'm all about it. In that regard, I move that the Beaufort County School Department Board of Education convey to the Beaufort Jasper Water Sewage Association a permanent utility easement and right-of-way in the Bluffton Township at the parcel of land described as 15 utility easement.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Earl Kimball, second the motion.
It's hard to say Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer.
Can you both put your hands down, and then if somebody wants any discussion, I can tell? All right, the question is called.
Yes.
The motion carries 9-1. Mr. Smith voted no. Spigot?
So thank you, family, for coming. We appreciate it. And as you can see from the results, it was affirmed. So it was approved.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Mr. Otting, could you share with us the Amendment 3 from Jennifer Carter Cease that we're bringing forward to the full board?
Yes, ma'am. So just real quick, we brought this in front of the Operations Committee to have a discussion in case there were any questions on this. This is a update of their contract. It was originally based on a percentage based on the budgeted amount of the project. As the project has now gone to a final GMP, we're bringing an amendment that will base the contract amount on the final GMP. And I believe that was unanimous coming out of the committee. And so I'll answer any questions you may have.
Motion. There are no hands up. Thank you, Robert.
Yes, ma'am. I move that the Beaufort County School District Board of Education approve Amendment Number 3 with Jennifer Carter Cease Architects, which authorizes an amount of $3,095,546.31 in architectural fees based on the final GMP with MB Con in the amount of $49,528,741. This contract will supersede previous contract amounts with Jennifer Carter Cease based on contract estimates.
Okay, second by Mr. Mel Campbell. The question is called.
Yes. Goodrich, yes.
The motion is approved, 802. The two abstentions were Dr. Wisniewski and Mr. Smith. All right, Ms. Goodrich, continue on.
I'm bringing this forward because this was a unanimous recommendation from the Operations Committee, a motion to recommend to the full board the creation of a board technology committee.
Second the motion.
All right, the motion was made by Ms. Goodrich and the second by Colonel Guyer.
If I may correct, create a standing technology committee.
Ms. Robach?
The purpose of the committee, please? What would be, yeah, what kind of items would you see the committee addressing?
Well, the Finance Committee and the Operations Committee, and going through OE 17, identify numerous areas where, and recognizing the fact that technology is here to stay in its most expanded form since COVID-19. And so we felt that the fact that technology, as Mr. Shohan said, can't be put in a box. It's not just finance, it's not just operations, it's not just human resource, it's everything. It's instructional, it's everything. And felt that to give it its due attention, that a standing technology committee, a board standing technology committee would be appropriate.
Mr. Strivenger?
I had the same question, and I understand the answer, but does that mean then that finance would not be weighing in on technology expenditures? The operations would not be weighing in on technology expenditures? I'm just trying to get a real pinpoint understanding of what the boundaries would be for this committee.
Mr. Guyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, it has implications with operations and finance, just like academics has implications on operations and finance. But technology has now gotten to such a point that somebody needs to have a good handle on strategic technology initiatives, cybersecurity, refreshment of, and network. It has just gotten to a point where there needs to be specific looks at the big picture of technology. I don't believe that we have a technological strategic plan. We need one. And this committee, that would be the very first thing this committee would need to do, is to develop a technology strategic plan. So I support this motion. It's needed. Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, I was just going to say, in the past, we did have a technology committee, and it was comprised of not only folks in the district, but community members, and they give us advice. So I think it's a good idea.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the work that I do is in the education technology field, and I meet a lot of people, and it is a very complicated area at times when it comes to deployment at a district level and ensuring, I mean, Mr. Shohan can speak to all of it, but interoperability and things working together and bandwidth. And there's just so many different things that are so over our heads, I think, that if we had a committee that was digging into these and asking the questions and also was comprised of some district staff, I think we would have a much better handle of what our district technology needs are in the future. As Ms. Tricia Fidrich said, technology is only going to expand and become even more a part of education in the future. So I think that we're doing ourselves well to go ahead and have a committee that's looking at it at the board level. So I support this. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I was going to say to add that I do agree with what's said, and I did at first. I did ask Mrs. Fridges as well as the committee when we first thought about this to come to this to send us to the full board, and simple things is even as though I've been thinking about it, and even talking about it with one of the committee members. We just talking about technology and in the terms of that, just to get to the point, was that as well as why I also support on this is because you talk about this being a very tragic storm season, how the storm touched down on Hilton Head yesterday. Imagine if we're asking questions and making sure that we have the correct technology, so that if our school district had to shut down, that our students have the technology and different things that they need, and also there's a plan in place so when that happens, that we know that plan is taking place, and that they're just going to pick it up and go with it. I think that is something too that the committee can tackle and give us assurance that if something happens again like this pandemic, that we will have the technology that we need to move forward. So I will definitely support that. Due to that, I will support this motion. Thank you.
So I would like to hear what Dr. Rodriguez has to say, and how, we all know the importance of technology, and it was especially brought to the forefront with this pandemic. I would just like to hear his experience. He's been in another school district, and how this was handled. And there's a lot of sub areas in the school district in terms of the different departments. And I think we could break down a lot of sub areas and have lots of committees. I understand it's an important committee, but I'm not sure. And I'd just like to hear from Dr. Rodriguez about what he thinks and also how this is handled by other districts.
So I think one of the things I want to, just make a quick statement. I don't know if it particularly relates to the question you just asked me, but I will get around to the question you just asked me. Okay. So the first thing I would say, with the pandemic, I think that our district was prepared and responded remarkably well, because we had devices, right? But we went ahead prior to the pandemic hitting South Carolina, when it first hit the west coast of the United States, and we established a plan so that when the governor shut down on a Sunday afternoon, that Monday, our kids were receiving academic instruction information. Now, this was the first time we delivered instruction this way. So obviously there was room to grow and room to improve, right? But I want to just say that kind of thing is done because of foresight, right? Because you see something way out there, and you think about it and you plan, and that's what we did. And we worked it, and we spoke with our principals, and we got our teachers on board, and our teachers, we had them prepare a couple of weeks of emergency lesson plans, so that gave us a little bit of breathing room to keep moving. And in fact, that's one of the things I heard from many parents and many community members at that time, was that they were incredibly impressed with how quickly we were able to get up and get going the very next day, right? So I just want to say that, but I do want to say in terms of other districts, you know, we had a technology committee, but it was not a board committee. It was a committee of internal staff members that, district staff, and we had, some principals, and we had, some teachers that were part of that technology committee as well. But it was employees, it was district staff and district personnel to gather and garner the information and drive forward. You know, one of the things that, Tanya, do you want to talk about what you're looking at doing? Yes, please. So this is an appropriate time to go ahead and mention it. I'll have Tanya come up to the microphone, but one of the things that because we are thinking that way, right? And we are planning, and we are trying to be strategic about it. So Tanya, would you share a little bit about our conversation?
Sure. Since there was a board meeting a few months back, I think Ms. Boatwright and Mr. Geyer in particular were talking about an assessment, a comprehensive assessment of the technology area. And so since then, we've been working on putting an RFP together, a scope of work, and getting information. Well, first of all, figuring out, searching out in researching the internet to see are there resources, are there companies that do this sort of thing. And we did find some relatively quickly. And they encompassed looking at our security, looking at our usage, various categories that you specifically mentioned, and ultimately to help us build a technology plan. As of today, I have received information from the State Department of Education that the template that they provide has been postponed yet again till the end of the calendar year. But that doesn't mean that we can't go ahead and develop our own plan, and then when that template comes out, we can fit it into that plan, or fit the plan into the template. So we can still do the work. And so my directive to Ms. Yinger has been to work with the technology team to build a scope of work to put into the RFP, request for proposals, and that we put something out there to see who are some companies that are out there, what kind of costs are we looking at, and is it something that we could potentially put in an ESSER 3 or the ARPA funds application, because it is so technology driven, and our work, especially remotely, may be able to be ESSER funds may be able to finance that assessment. So that is work that we're actively communicating about and we'll continue to work on, and we'll keep the board updated. So also I want to mention, the district does have a technology steering committee that is made up of the same groups of people that Dr. Rodriguez just mentioned: parents, teachers, principals, technology, the network operating center staff, the instructional technology staff. So we have, I don't know the periodic meetings. I don't know the last one we met due to the pandemic, but we do have groups of stakeholders that meet to drive that work as well. So just wanted to put that out there and let you know sort of what our work is resulting in recently.
All right, Ms. Robine?
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down from my previous question.
Okay, Mr. Smith? Okay, his hand came down too. Mr. Striblinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds to me like we, through the actions that Tanya described, are already dealing with this. And I think that's the preferred way to do it. I'm not sure a board committee can really develop a strategic plan. In fact, I'm sure we can't. And it sounds like we're getting some professionals in to advise us. And so I would suggest we wait until that RFP has been satisfied and look at what the professional organizations are saying and see if we really need a technology committee.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
The technology committee that in the past, there was no board member on that committee. The majority of them was people from the community that was expert in technology. And they advised the district and the board.
So, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Strivenger, I would concur with what you've just said. I think this would be better served to have what's already in the works, getting the experts' opinions on through this RFP. You know, I don't think, certainly I don't have the background to be, you know, a good judge of what our district should have for IT. And I think we do need expert opinions as opposed to board members. So I will not support this motion for that reason. I think what the district is already doing needs to come forward to the board first. We need to evaluate that and then move forward from there. Mr. Guyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the problems with this district is this district does not communicate with the rest of the community. Technology doesn't operate in a vacuum. Technology has to do with providers like Hargray and all the other internet service providers. It has to do with cell phones. It has to do with the cybersecurity pieces. We are all tied into a bigger network, folks. And somebody has to be the point person for, or the point body for the district to deal with these people, to deal with the county that has an issue in the infrastructure as well. To say that, you know, we're going to wait for an expert to tell us, they're going to tell us internally what we need. And I'm not talking about internally. I'm talking about externally. I'm also talking about reaching out to people who are going to tell us when we're going to get fiber. Oh, by the way, we're not putting fiber in our buildings, and, you know, there's some short-sighted things that weren't handled about on that as we were spending all this money putting in the different cabling that we're putting in the buildings right now. Technology, Moore's law still applies, okay? And that means that computers are getting faster. Data is getting more and more important, and somebody's got to look outside the internal piece. And that's our job, folks. That's what we're supposed to do. And again, I think it's a great idea that we're having an assessment. Perfect idea, but that's internal. So I believe that we need a technology committee that has to be augmented with experts. But somebody's got to be out there talking to other folks. And when you send a computer wizard to go talk to Hargray, you know, the management of Hargray, they don't care. Send a board member, they'll listen and they'll tell you what's going on. So take that for what it's worth. And oh, by the way, I was in charge of technology for City University of Seattle. And we had a technology committee by our board. And of course, Vice President of Microsoft was a member of that. So, you know, I see it from a slightly different perspective. Thank you.
Ms. Beaufort.
Yes, we're two Seattleites, so I think we would also like an espresso committee. Standing just technology is, I don't understand the criticism that we're not experts and this is internal. What we need is something where we say, does what the district is doing with technology match up to the community expectations, match up to the policy goals, match up to the strategy? That's what we do on all these committees. I'm not an engineer, but I'm on the operations committee. And all I'm looking at is, you know, we're being presented with stuff and I'm like, okay, are we doing what we said we were gonna do? Are we meeting community expectations? Does this make sense with the policy, strategy, and vision of the board? I don't think it has to be, we have a technology committee meeting so that we can tell Dr. Rodriguez that we want to upgrade to Word 11. You know, but we want a technology thing. For example, we just rolled out a new enrollment system. We went from, and I may not have this right, we went from Power School, where's Marcia? You know this, Daniel, we went from Power School to a different one, right? But we still have parts of Power School. So I've had a question about, is that gonna work well? And we'll find out this summer, what is the mechanism where we go back and say, okay, we got a cheaper bid on an enrollment module outside of school of Power School. We're still using Power School. Does that meet the policy expectations of efficient, effective use of resources? Not because I want to question the actual, I want them to make the decisions. Bring the decisions every once in a while to the technology committee that latches it up with community expectations. I just don't understand why, I don't think that any of us want to be making financial decisions. I don't think any of us want to question Tanya, but we want a financial committee. Same thing with operations, same thing with academics. When Dr. Stratos talks about academics, I am quietly Googling because I don't know half the words she's using, but I'm learning. But I mean, I don't want to make those decisions, but when she brings this up, I called her and said, what's this? Why are we doing this? Just so that I can respond to constituents and so that I feel like we're honoring what this board's trying to do. And technology, look at our 8%. It was $5 million and change of our 8% money. I mean, this is not a small ticket item. And we're doing a lot of subscriptions, right? We're not procuring hardware. We're doing this Reading Plus. It is a $671,000 subscription plan. Is it meeting the goals? Is everyone using it? How well are we using it? What are we doing with the data we're getting from it? I think we should have. I'm like you, I'm from Seattle. It is a little bit mind-boggling to me moving to South Carolina, how they use technology differently than, you know, other parts of the country. But I think a lot of schools have a technology committee for this reason. So there. And then the espresso committee, next board meeting.
Mr. Noel Campbell.
Well, I don't know whether I want to say anything now. I am from South Carolina and not from Seattle or Portland.
San Francisco?
Yeah, San Fran, but in the circumstances, I do agree that we could use an oversight committee that specializes in technology and what the technology design of the district administrator is, and looking at it not just from what we're doing now, but also a long-term look, so we can advocate to the outgrades and the rises and other for the constituencies that we represent as elected officials. That's what it's going to take eventually, you know, for getting the voters to support whatever the initiatives are. And I'm thinking long term, you know how quickly technology changes.
Mr. Smith?
I was just going to say that I do agree from what Colonel Guy to what Mr. Campbell was saying, and I was just going to say that when I was talking about earlier, when I was talking about the emergency plan for the pandemic, I think that the way Dr. Rodriguez and the staff kicked in was great. And I don't want no one that I was taking anything from that. I was just saying, as in I was in a meeting earlier today, and one of the questions were, well, what do our government agencies have to kick in if this storm kicks in, or a storm kicking right now? What is our plan A and our plan B? And basically what maybe I didn't say was that I feel that having that involvement in that technology committee, you will know, say, look here, this is what we have, and you can better inform the community. To go back to what Mr. Campbell was just saying, you can better inform the community to what we have, and you can be abreast and know exactly what's going on when it comes to technology in the district. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call the question, and then we'll have to, after this, have a motion of whether we'll adjourn or have a motion to continue on. All right.
Yes, sir.
Opening, yes.
Robine on.
She's on. Yeah, she's on. She was asking questions. I tried so hard to hold out the candy. It didn't make it.
Is Kathy still on to vote?
Sorry, I just came back.
Are you voting?
I just did.
Okay, thank you.
The motion carries 8-1-1. The one no is Mr. Strivenger, and I abstain.
So, Madam Chair, that absolutely ends the Operations Committee report.
Mic drop.
And I just might ask then, for maybe we need to think of a little bit of guidance about how we are going to accept these OE's interpretations. And I will absolutely ask for any feedback and how it can be done differently, because there will be more. Thank you. My apologies to everybody for the length of that.
All right, so it is 9:15 and we adjourn now unless there's a motion to continue on, and we have lots of topics still. Dr. R.
I think there's a healthy portion or amount left on the agenda. I honestly think it's probably best if we came
That's
back
been too ready since 4.
tomorrow. I've been here since early. But I just have a question, actually. Are we doing public comments tonight?
Yes, and there are no second public comments.
Okay, sorry. Yep. So anyway, that's it. My recommendation, it seems like there's just a healthy amount left, so.
Madam Chair, we adjourn.
And second? All in favor? Aye.
Question first. So if we start at 6, is this 6 with executive session to continue or executive session for after the meeting?
So we'll start at 6, because that's the way it's posted, and the executive session will come at the end, because the public is interested in that. Primarily.
Finish my salad.